up, everyone? What is up? How is everyone doing on this Monday? I know, Mondays suck, we get it. It's been a long day for sure. But, yeah, we're still waiting to see what the EU chat control is going to be coming out with, and then, apparently Ohio is passing their own censorship law when it comes to ID verification, but apparently it's gonna go a little bit deeper. What video did you put in the Discord? There's a few videos. What, the ones to check out? I saw there was a couple that, I know one my mod wants me to put in, someone else checked out. I'm going to be seeing that in a little bit. But yeah, it's very concerning how these, censorship laws are all coming at once to restrict it, and it's all in the name of won't you think of the children? How about parents actually take care of their own damn kids and actually learn to monitor what they're doing? That's just me. Anyway, it's been a long day. I'm working on getting some of the clips out also from the YouTube videos to the TikToks. Because as I said, I've been focusing more on the YouTube and Twitch side of things. Playing with other platforms too, but yeah. Let's see. Let me pull up this video here. I saw that vampire. Don't worry about what? I was just about to pull that up. What is a micro retirement? So this is I'll actually show this, but this is a video from Endeavorance. He's a cool dude. We're mutuals. And he does, you know, news content and all that, and you should definitely follow him if you're not already. But yeah, I kind of saw this clip over here. What is a micro retirement? I saw this already, but I don't know if anyone else saw this. So let's play that. Hopefully, oh, god damn it. The problem with the warmer months is you can't avoid fruit flies. And one just kind of like blew into my eye. Committed seppuku. Alright, let's see if my audio's working fine. It is not. So hold on. Boop. Hope my audio system doesn't crash. It does that once in a while. Because I have so much crap plugged into it.
Front, left, front, right.
There we go. Just reset it. Okay. So, it was a tough day for me, but hey, I didn't get fired though. Oh yeah, you got your bike stolen, didn't you? That was a bummer. What kind of command you use for Linux? I just use the basic terminal. Doesn't really matter what you use for running that stuff. But I have a little bash script to reset my audio system and set it up the way I need for streaming and everything, because, you know, if you're gonna do it more than once, script it. But let's check out this video from Endeavorance.
What is a micro-retirement? Inside the latest Gen Z trend. It is a notion that they're claiming that Gen Z people are taking, quote, micro-retirements by taking 2 weeks off of work, which every other country would call a vacation. And like in many European countries, that is like the minimum amount of vacation that you're allowed to take.
Many other countries have like 4 to 6 weeks.
You into taking a vacation.
Yep.
Sometimes longer than
yep.
this. Micro-retirements can look like quitting a job and finding a new job when you're ready to work again. That's called changing jobs. Setting up a plan with your employer that allows you to take unpaid frequent work breaks. That's just unpaid time off, a thing that has always existed. Taking breaks from your business.
Where the hell do they come up with this?
Not working on some days. Why do we have to label things where workers just exercise their personal autonomy? Like, oh, it's a new phenomenon. Workers aren't literal robots. How do we wrap our minds around the concept that sometimes they might want to take a little bit more time off from work to handle things with their life? Why are they doing this? We should study it, name it, and write articles about it so that business leaders can be ready to handle this threat to the bottom line. What was I talking about? Where are we? What am I doing?
Yeah, that's a little bit crazy. I saw that video earlier, but I wanted to share that with you just to show you just how crazy some of the things are. I mean, it's amazing knowing when I grew up, they were calling us millennials lazy, not wanting to work and everything, because we were the first generation to really question the entire system that was going on and saying, I don't like this. You kind of broke the system. I don't like this. And, you know, boomers fed us the lie of, well, if you work hard, they'll notice and they'll give you more money and promote you. You know what happens when you work hard and go above, you know, go above and beyond? You get more work and you don't get more pay. Like, seriously, imagine this magical notion where you actually rewarded your employees with proper vacations and increased pay for doing your job, and people actually, you know, will want to work. But no, they complain when it's like this is an issue we're even having at work. They're like, well, we're going to give you a 2.4% raise, everyone across the board. And that's what the market's giving you. And I'm like, bull fucking shit. That is not even keeping up with inflation. In my personal view, the bare minimum raise that a company should be giving you is one that matches inflation. And that's a bare minimum. Anything below that is essentially saying, screw you. Your purchase power just went down, but you know what? And then whenever they do this, like, come on. If you look at what the boomers actually went through, their raises, their percentage-wise, was so much higher. On top of their living costs were so much better. Is mechanical engineering a good idea? Yeah. Get your manager a bonus. Exactly. Your manager will get bonuses. Oh, your team's more productive. We'll give you money. And then we get the pittance of a bonus to the employees because, you know, even though we did the actual work, apparently the manager was behind it all. I don't get it. You wonder why Gen Z has an FU attitude. Millennials have an FU attitude too. Like, no joke. Every time I've left a job has been after I've had the discussion with work of, you're not paying me what the market is saying that I should be paid. And when I say the market, I mean the local market, not like using the USA as an average, because that may be higher in some places and lower than others. I look at the median pay for my industry, and I say that's what I should be paid. At least. And they'll come back with like BS of like, well, you know, well, all these benefits and F your benefits. Benefits at most are just a slap in the face when at the end of the day, benefits don't pay my grocery bills. Oh, we'll give you, a higher match on your 401. No. Give me more cash. Because the BS with the 401k match that they do a lot of times, you don't get that match unless you've been at the company for multiple years and you have your money vested. So they're banking on you moving jobs so they don't have to pay out that money. It's not there to keep employee retention. Employee retention would be sustained by paying your employees more, by giving them better paid time off. There's many companies out there that give unlimited PTO. I actually agree with that. But I don't think it should be abused. It should be as simple as, oh, you want to go on a vacation? Here you go. Instead, we got to count our hours. F that. The prices in Europe are increasing too. Chat control problem is not the people talk. Yeah. Does your Linux PC run Battlefield anti-cheat? No, it doesn't, because they did the stupid kernel level anti-cheat. It's no better than Valorant, and that's garbage. Behind on rent, but at least you match my 401k up to 5%. Yeah, exactly. There have been studies about unlimited PTO. People on average take less time off than they'd get from the company normally because they don't know what's fair or whatever. Well, not only that, when you are forced to count your hours of PTO, you are told use it or lose it. Like, many places will at most let you carry 40 hours extra into the year, so you have to use it. Whereas you have unlimited PTO, people will take PTO when they feel like it. Are you familiar with Git? Yeah, the version management system. It's a pretty common system. Is a 200 pages document, and if they scan, they are allowed only if a judge orders it. Wait, what? I might be lost on that one. But yeah. So, let's see. Got another video here. Okay, why? I was like, why is my YouTube not loading? Okay, so this is another video somebody wanted me to look at. This is from Cyberwaffle. Again, I like this creator. He's definitely going to, you know, be advertising for private internet access. I'm not a fan of private internet access since they got acquired by Cape Technologies. That's a shady company. I used to be a private internet access customer, but I just need to give that little forewarning beforehand. No hate to the creator whatsoever. He needs to go get his bag. How much security and privacy do I lose using normal Pixel OS instead of Graphene OS? You want Google up to business? Google is tracking everything on that damn phone to monitor it for money. That's how much privacy you lose. And they only see, it can only see videos and images, but it's still infringement of privacy. Wait, what?
So a lot of people seem to think that the Online Safety Act just applies to adult content. Well, actually, no. It applies to things like Wikipedia, Reddit, and pretty much any forum or place of discussion online that may, to some extent, contain some form of adult content. And while we're no longer safe, for the past couple of weeks, I've been talking about how Apple and Wikipedia are fighting against the UK government about releasing data of contributors to various platforms and the users of their services.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem.
The UK government required Wikipedia to hand over the information of contributors to Wikipedia. So for example, if you're a whistleblower and you're working inside a business and you're trying to use Wikipedia to expose what's happening or to write a fair analytical overview of a topic or a business, whatever it might be, previously you used to be fully anonymous. Well, now the UK government will require your information for you to submit content to Wikipedia, and of course Wikipedia would have to submit annual reports to the government on who wrote what. Now, Wikipedia fought against this demand. They said that it was dystopian and it wasn't in the best interest of the freedom of information and, of course, British citizens. Now, I want to talk a bit about
of course not in their interest.
What's actually happened just
It's in the interest of the government.
Ongoing for everyone using platforms like Reddit.
And corporations that can benefit off of this.
Really is actually bigger than the Online Safety Act. This is genuinely one of the most worrying privacy situations that's happened in the UK in the past 5 years. So the UK government have different classifications for the Online Safety Act. And the most extreme of those classifications are websites that have over a certain amount of monthly visitors. And there's different brackets. If you only have 1,000 visitors a month, you have a different set of rules for the Online Safety Act compared to a website that has 100 million users per month.
Wait, it starts at 1,000 users a month. Do you know how easy it is to get 1,000 users a month to read your stuff? It's not that hard. That's scary. That it's like, oh yeah, you only got 1,000 people. Well, you're gonna need to give up transparency. Like, many people that start up a blog could easily have 1,000 people with enough time to read that in a month.
And because websites like Wikipedia, of course, have hundreds of millions of users a month, and they're one of the biggest sources of information and sharing of ideas and information on the internet, and also have been probably one of the OGs in the industry for sharing information, the UK government went to Wikipedia first and told them that they have to comply with the Online Safety Act, but also there were some additional demands related to the Online Safety Act when it comes to user data. So the UK government at the moment can request the information of users of platforms, and that's why so many people get arrested for stuff they say on Facebook, because the British government can just request that information from Facebook and they have to hand it over. Now, with websites like Wikipedia, at the moment, there's a different structure to how content is submitted to that platform. Users can choose to remain anonymous, and this basically comes with the downside of sometimes misinformation spreading on the platform, but also comes with the benefit of people being able to trust that when they share information to Wikipedia, they're not going to face any repercussions from their employer, from the government, or really anyone. Just the social consequences of writing something on the internet, just while staying relatively anonymous and keeping themselves private.
This helps whistleblowers, and imagine...
Online, make sure you check out today's video sponsor, Private Internet Access.
Skip. Again, I gave my spiel about private internet access not being that great. Why doesn't Linux come up with their own thing, their own phone? There are multiple Linux phones. And here's the thing. Linux doesn't have to come up with it. You have to come up with the solution for it. It's open source. Build it. There's plenty of options.
You can basically be a whistleblower on...
But yeah, to what he's the point he's making, do you know how hard this is going to be for people that are trying to flee DV situations because you're trying to remain anonymous and get help anonymously? So imagine, if you will, for a second. You're in a very toxic relationship that's abusive. You're trying to collect information to escape that abusive partner. Without the ability to have anonymity, they could discover that. And that would actually then be a danger to the victim. That's just one example of the consequence. Or, you know, like he was saying, a whistleblower. Whistleblowers need anonymity, because then the company will have repercussions. And there's been cases historically where companies have unalived people that were revealing secrets. Why the UK want to control its encyclopedia? Because they want to control the flow of information. That's what it comes down to. The UK doesn't want people to have free expression, and they want to know whoever is saying what. It's getting eerily close to V for Vendetta. Android use Linux kernels, that too.
No matter what topic, no matter what industry you work in, you can speak without the fear of prosecution. But the UK government wanted Wikipedia to submit all of this data to the government, so the government can, if needed, review sources and review information and basically find out who wrote what about who. Now, the only two ways for Wikipedia to get out of this was, one, to get the Online Safety Act overturned, which wasn't going to happen, or two, fight for a different classification for their website. So rather than being a Category 1 website that's like the most strict rules, they can go down to the next category below where they are basically held to a different regard, which wouldn't require them to submit this data. So Wikipedia actually took this to court against the UK government, and they lost. Now, we all knew that they lost, and it wasn't really the end of the world. We all took the stance based on the comments from their own legal team that they were going to fight this. Well, as it turns out today, they're not. They're not going to fight this at all. So now using Wikipedia doesn't afford you the same privacy that it did before. And this is bigger than Wikipedia. This is bigger than just a YouTuber like myself talking about this. This is the UK government going after the biggest information sharing website in the UK and basically violating whistleblower protections in the UK, all under the guise of protecting the children, which is fundamentally what they've told us the online safety.
I fail to understand how censoring Wikipedia harms the children. Let's be honest here. If the issue is, well, there could be things in there that are harmful to children, if knowledge is harmful to children, then I don't know what to tell you. Because kids have been able to look up the encyclopedia before Wikipedia was around and still find things that were harmful to kids. So this reeks more of they want to control the flow of information, see who says what, because let's be honest, there's been lots of Wikipedia pages that have gone over controversies, real conspiracies that have gone down that were proven. We're not talking the tinfoil hat ones, like the Alex Jones stupid ones. We're talking about things that have been proven, like that government got caught red-handed, and children can stumble across this information. Freedom and information is a threat to those who are seeking power. That has been historically true to many governments. Even Spotify is age restricted in the UK. Yeah, and many states are starting to do it too. Like, apparently, I was reading into it on some of the laws. So, like, we saw that Texas Senate Bill 20... We'll talk about that more in a little bit. Like, Texas Senate Bill 20 got anime caught as a consequence because they didn't think about how broad the definition was. And then you also had... apparently, I was reading that there's some interpretations of the Ohio law may actually impact Netflix and other sites that you're going to have to possibly age verify. So y'all better learn how to use pfSense to set up a VLAN on your network that routes everything over a VPN then for selective devices like your smart TVs and stuff like that. Because that's the route we're heading down. It's stupid. I know. But here we are!
Safety Act is. Now, none of us are that stupid to believe that, but what's happened here is a massive breach of our privacy. Now, just to make this categorically clear, things like the Online Safety Act are fully backed by people such as Peter Kyle, for example, and many other people within the government, and I've done full deep dives, followed the money, all of those videos on this topic. But, and this is such a monumental but, if you look at the political statements from all of the people in charge of the Online Safety Act, they are very authoritarian. They are very much the government should be able to go into anyone's house, investigate anyone for anything. And their
schedule's
approach
over
to
on
this whole
Twitch.
political situation and political climate in the UK is to basically back people into a corner where they have to hand over all their information and nothing remains private anymore. We have even had examples for MPs arguing that bank records should be public. These are the people that are currently in charge of making these laws and enforcing these policies. And currently in the legal system in the UK, companies fighting against this are all losing. They're all either losing or just having to back down because the financial costs of going against the British government are just so high. Now, there are people that sit idly by when stuff like this happens and they won't talk about it and they won't weigh an opinion. And to be honest, with the state of the internet, I fully understand why. And there's also the people that kind of defend this. They don't think that people's internet should be private. And you know what? They are entitled to that opinion. But at the moment, you may be okay with the current British government. You're a lunatic, but you may be okay with the current British government. I ain't even okay
with most governments, even on a good day.
If your political enemy is Nigel Farage and Reform, imagine if they are your political enemy. What if they get into power next year and they decided to pass some speech laws that basically meant that if you spoke out about the government, you would be found and arrested yourself? Then all of a sudden, people that are for...
They're not that far off from what they've already done right now, from my understanding. This is one thing I will say is that the U.S. has its own issues. Don't get me wrong. But I will forever protect another person's right to say things I don't agree with. That should be something that you should be free from the government having to oppress your speech. Doesn't mean others can't, tell you, disagree, or employers can then have, issues with what you say, or people then can enact their right to association. That's where a lot of people forget about all these other rights. But I will always defend people's right to say things, even as incorrect as they are. Unless it gets into the point we're talking about directly affecting the rights and liberties of another individual. Like, you're threatening people, that's not cool. Threats of violence, things like that, that's not cool. But you should be allowed to voice whatever opinion you want, so long as you're not directly infringing upon another's rights to liberty and freedom.
This will be against this, and this is my point.
Time to buy a firewall and make my own Vox video games because
this supersedes what you believe or don't believe. This supersedes who you vote for and who you don't. This is about the privacy of British citizens being completely violated by our government. The same government that year over year gets exposed for nonsense, tax evasion, siphoning money out of the British public. When we're not
political parties in the UK suck. All political parties in the US suck too.
We're talking about less than 100 people that make key core decisions within the British government being extremely authoritarian, and we should be okay with it. This is why there is so much outrage with the current way the country is being ran, because the problem is that whilst this government's still in term and whilst this is still happening, a load of precedents are being set that the next government are just going to have to focus on trying to undo or completely unfuck the country. There's so many laws in existence today that can't just be overturned by a new government. They have to go through trial periods, they have to go through review processes. So some of the laws that have recently come into effect might take 5 to 10 years to actually be reversed. A prime minister doesn't necessarily have the same powers as someone like a president in the US, for example. And every single day that goes by, I'm able to produce a full video.
Well, the US can't undo laws that have already been made into law. They would then have to go through Congress, and then Congress would have to pass the law for the president to sign to overturn said law, or it has to go through the Supreme Court to then overturn said law as unconstitutional. Little bit of a difference there.
On what's happening with the Online Safety Act, because it's moving so fast.
Checks and balances must be nice.
Sold to us.
Yeah, when it operates the way it should.
Now this has gravitated towards completely eradicating privacy on the internet. And the problem is with the current world events that are happening, things like the Charlie Kirk scenario, news like this gets completely buried. And we need to talk about it. Now, I have been talking with various MPs, and the only people that have replied to me are MPs that more politically lean to the right. A few left-leaning MPs that I've tried to talk to have simply copied and pasted Ofcom's official statement from their website about how the Online Safety Act is being enforced. Whereas MPs from...
Let me clarify something here, because some of my American audience thinks like right-leaning here is the same as the American right. European right is the equivalent of the left in the USA. They are center left, we are center right. So when, in Europe, they often say, they're more conservative. They're actually closer to what a lot of modern liberals and Democrats are. So when you have like liberals, this is what I've seen firsthand, and this is how they also taught in political science. They're further left than the left here. I just want to make that very clear when he says that.
From other parties, actually, even some centrist parties, have actually responded to me with their statement, their thoughts, and what their plan would be long-term with this. And it's so much bureaucracy involved. I'm still trying to get an interview sorted on the channel with an MP to actually talk about these issues. And I wanted to do it as a live stream. That was approved, then denied. And then once it was a video, that was approved. Everything was signed. It was denied. So we are fighting this battle, and I want to get people on the channel to talk about this because this is concerning. Make sure you check out private internet access at the link down below.
Yeah. Okay, but my thoughts on U.S. officials' plan to punish foreigners making light of Charlie Kirk death. It's a First Amendment protection. You have a right to have whatever views you so desire, so long as you're not infringing upon the rights and liberties of another person. Like, look, let's clarify this. Saying you don't agree with Charlie Kirk, that's fine. Saying you wanted to threaten violence to Charlie Kirk, or even, celebrating his death, I don't think that's cool. But there's a difference between celebrating someone's death, even though I don't think it's cool, should not be penalized, at least in the terms of government. Now, if, an employer happens to see that and says that doesn't represent the company values, that's within the company's rights too, because let's remember, freedom of speech does not overrule freedom of association. And that's where I think a lot of people forget about when it comes to your free speech rights. You can say whatever you want, but I can choose to associate with you or not. And that's what a lot of companies do, and social media companies do as well. Social media platforms. They say, you have a right to say whatever you want, but we choose not to be associated with what you're saying here, so please take your content elsewhere. Doesn't mean you have to, necessarily agree with it, but that is within their rights, and I think a lot of people forget that. Oh, like a constitution never stopped this regime before. Well, let's put it this way. Let me put it this way. As much as I may not have agreed with Charlie Kirk, there is one thing that I do agree with him a little bit. Not the way he phrased it. I do believe the Second Amendment protects the First Amendment. I know a lot of people have issues with firearm ownership. Don't get me wrong, and we're allowed to have that debate. But that is also a vehicle that actually keeps politicians scared of the populace, and a just government is always fearful of its populace. When you go left and right, you like guns again. I hear that, but then again, I always refer to the Nolan chart. I don't like the idea of the left-right spectrum because I think it is more a four-dimensional plot. If you're not familiar with the Nolan chart, let me show you what I mean. We actually were taught this when I was studying political science. So, the idea basically being... Let me see if I can have a good one. Here, this is a good one. I think. Let me see if I can just find one that is... Here we go. That's actually a good depiction. Nope, wait. I hate Google, because it's like, let me just see the chart. Okay, let me see if I can pull this up. Hold up. Okay, there we go. This is the Nolan chart. How you plot political ideologies. Instead of left-right, you have a north-south component too. So basically, this is your personal freedom. This is your economic freedom. Okay? So at the very top here, you have anarchist. At the very bottom, you have totalitarian. And you have all these different things. I mean, there's probably some mix in there of the, they're throwing different things in here. Like, I don't know why ACLU is thrown over here. That's kind of weird. But you have this mix in here. So you can see, like, Republican over here. You got, Bill Clinton over here. You got, I think that's FDR over there. Mahatma Gandhi. You can go back into Funny Mustache Man and Stalin. But that's how I actually tell people it's better to plot politics, because this left-right dynamic doesn't give the full story. You can be, like, totally for free markets, but want to restrict a person's individual liberties, and you can also do the opposite. You believe in total free liberties, but you want to restrict the market. What's up, Teresa? Guns do protect a lot when they're pointed at you. Remind me how many Supreme Court justices this admin has in a pocket? I think it's 3 or 4. I think. It falsely juxtaposes liberals as leading, but yeah, it's good. Doesn't account for Overton window. No, the Overton window is accounted in that. The Overton window just means that you shift things over. That chart with the faces there wasn't like the best depiction of it, but the Overton window, all that means is over time, what is normal shifts. That is completely a different concept to the Nolan chart. You can apply the Overton window to the Nolan chart because it's basically saying, here, let's plot this out a little bit. Okay, let me see. We'll get a very basic one over here. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay. Copy image link. Alright. So imagine if your Overton window, for like the USA, we're kind of like in this, you know, we're center right. Maybe a little bit slightly to the left, okay? All the Overton window means is that you're pushing it one direction. The Overton window fits inside the Nolan chart because all you're doing is you're shifting what is acceptable by society further one way or another. So, like, if you've learned about from the whole Charlie Kirk thing, the Groypers, you learn that there's people that are further right. Actually, they may be somewhere around here. But yeah. Are you on Twitch as well? Yeah, I am. Is it Christopher Nolan? I don't remember if it's his name, but I just went by, we were taught just the Nolan chart. But, yeah. Either way, I will say this. I detest most of the people that just talk about politics all the time, regardless of what their political side is. And let me make it this way. You know what I'm talking about. Those people that all they do, their entire identity is politics. I don't like those people. Why? Because, come on, dude, you should turn it off at some point and get a life. Most people don't live in these extremes. Most people live in the middle. My bad if I wished Funny Mustache Man died earlier than he did. I mean, that goes back to the argument of if you would go back in time and kill baby Funny Mustache Man, would that be a good or bad thing? I mean, butterfly effect aside, you can see arguments for that. There are extremes where, you know, there are exceptions to the rule. But I think most people are jumping to extremes too soon. And I think that's one problem we have in politics in general. And I was actually talking to a friend of mine. I think the big problem we have is that we don't turn off. What I mean by that is we are always on. We're always connected. We're always, you know, engaged. And algorithms on any social media platform, they are there to do what? Push content that you will engage with and be interested in. The problem with that is, once you get down a political hole, all you do is you just start absorbing more and more content, and you can get radicalized in one way or the other. We saw it with the flat earthers. Remember the whole YouTube flat earther thing where people were talking about years ago? If you leave YouTube on long enough, you eventually get the flat earther. I've tested this with my friends. The 24-hour news cycle is a part of that problem. But at least with the 24-hour news cycle, when we had cable TV, you could flip the channel. You could walk away. My generation, the millennials, were the last generation to be able to talk about politics and then get the hell on with their life. That's what I honestly feel like. Because, think about it. Okay, you watch the news and all that. Great, now you gotta go outside and touch grass and then go meet your friends at the park. Oh, you are talking on the internet about things? Great, same answer. Like, I can't walk away from ICE kidnapping people that look like me in my city. I'm not going into that extreme. I'm just speaking in generality. Like, don't get me wrong. I think it's good to be informed about, you know, major events, especially local to you. And that's the other thing. I don't think a lot of people pay enough attention to what's happening in their own backyard with local events, local politics, because that's the thing that is the most impacted to the average person. The average person can't name their federal rep or senator, let alone their state rep or senator, or their local council. There's people, yeah, it gets crazy that, like, people will, like, talk about the federal level of things and then forget everything that happens in their own backyard. Yeah, hyperconsumption is definitely a problem. If you leave it on long enough, you get to anti-Semitism. That's true, too. You leave YouTube on long enough. Where do you think open source as a concept falls in the Nolan chart? It's irrelevant to that. Open source is a philosophy that's outside of politics. Now, I've seen people argue for both. Because let's put it this way. You have Eric Raymond, who is an avowed libertarian, wrote The Cathedral and the Bazaar, and was behind the definition of open source. He says open source is not communist. But then you also have communists over there saying open source, it can be both. It's a free market of ideas that can be communally held. Would you recommend Parrot OS? Yeah, if you're wanting to do ethical hacking. But yeah, in terms of open source as a concept, it's something that exists outside of politics. It's a philosophy that can be co-opted by just about any group. I definitely think it has anti-capitalist tendencies. You could also argue that it has very capitalist tendencies because within the open source definition, you actually have the ability to create businesses around it to support it. And then you are profiting off of the free market of ideas, the bazaar, if you will. Because then you have this would juxtaposition be the right word? But basically you have this contrast between the two. And if you want to understand where I'm talking about the cathedral and the bazaar, that is one of the most influential essays that actually was ever written in the tech world. And that was written by Eric Raymond many years ago. It was like an anthropological view of open source and how it worked and everything. Let me see if I can find a link for it. Of course, Eric Raymond's site doesn't have HTTPS, so my browser's going derp with it. There we go. Alright, so this is Eric Raymond's site. He wrote The Cathedral and the Bazaar. So you can see he's got all these different essays here. The most famous one is The Cathedral and the Bazaar. He's got translations here. Yeah, okay. We'll just go to the XHTML. The Bazaar, is there something there? Okay, so this is... Okay, so if you want to read it, it's here. I mean, if you get it in PDF form, it's like only, I think, like 35 pages. There we go. We'll just open up the PostScript document. Oh wait, that's just the intro. Download the wrong thing. PostScript. Come on, download. There we go. Okay, so this was written in 2000, but you can read through this entire thing. It's 35 pages. So it's a very short read about the early 1990s open source, and his basically, it's more of a less an anthropological view of the cathedral and the bazaar. The cathedral being proprietary software like Microsoft, and the bazaar being the free market of ideas. I think this is essential reading from a historical and a philosophical point of view to understand open source and free software and how, you know, it was. This was the essay that they actually read in Silicon Valley that in part convinced Netscape to open source, and then eventually they became Mozilla Firefox. There's a few steps that happen in between there. I'm just simplifying it. Knocked out A+ and Network Plus, taking Security Plus tomorrow. Nice! Happy hacking, bud. But yeah, if you read this, it's really interesting. you know, release early, release often. But yeah. And also, if you were in the movie night the other night, we were watching Revolution OS, which is a really great documentary from 2001 talking about Linux, how it came to be between the free software movement and open source and how that came to be. It was really interesting to see that. And of course, how Linux came to be. Interestingly, Arvin has also read it and applies to his politics. Well, I mean, open source can apply to anyone's politics, really. It's, I think, more or less an apolitical philosophy, because there's merits to all sides. I've heard J.D. Vance describe universities as the cathedral. Well, that definition goes in various different ways, because I've even heard the football field referred to as the cathedral. You know? Are all Linux distros all the same, just different assortment of programs and different package managers? More or less, that's pretty much the answer. That's why I say it's not worthwhile to, like, ask around what's the best Linux, but play around with which is the best Linux for you and your purpose. Like, I use different distributions. I have Debian 13 on my mini laptop. I've got Parrot OS on my ethical hacking laptop. I use Pop! OS as my daily laptop, daily operating system. I use Cubes OS for my security related stuff. For my firewall, I use pfSense, which is a free BSD, not really a Linux, but my point still stands. And then at work, I often use Red Hat and derivatives like Amazon Linux and straight up Red Hat. Because of the support models there. And on occasion, I'll use Ubuntu and Debian for servers too. So it really depends on the use case you're looking at. That's why I think people need to stop being like, well, is Bazite or SteamOS, or just use all the different ones there and take advantage of the fact that you have something Microsoft and Apple never gave you. Freedom of choice to use your computer however you so desire. But, yeah. So let's see. Oh yeah, did you see that, there was that Karen lawmaker that cost, she came out and, basically said she's the reason why the, Hyundai plant got raided by ICE, and all those employees were basically there legally, and now I think, what is it? That basically her one actions have threatened about $350 billion in investment total from Korea because they own so many different plants and didn't understand that these technologies we don't actually have in the USA. We lost the ability to manufacture a lot of things in the USA over many decades. There's a video I saw out there of a guy that was actually making a barbecue utensil, and he tried to make it as much as possible in the USA. It was damn near impossible. It's like a 40-minute video or so. But yeah. Would switch to Linux, but I am visually impaired, so accessibility is a big thing for me. There's quite a few accessibility suites out there for Linux. I'm not sure what is there out the top of my head, but I know they exist. I do know that some of them need to be improved, but that's something that's going to happen more over time because there's a lot of people in the accessibility community that do use Linux. I know that for a fact, having been at DEF CON and seeing many different people requiring accessibility needs, having Linuxes that they've had tailored to their needs. Hey, thank you for the follow, Bree. Why did that not give me an alert? Oh, probably because... There we go. I had to resume the alerts. Thank you for the follow. I just got into Mint, but where should I learn more from? Just tinkering in general. I know a lot of people start with Mint. God damn it, Barack. You are an attention slut. You know that? You're a good dog, though. But you're a pain in my ass. You are the hemorrhoid of my life. Hemorrhoid of my life right here. Your brother isn't as annoying as you are. He's still a puppy. He's only gonna be 2 in a few months. What? 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 You just want attention. You just want attention. What's up? I quit IT and started dog walking. Fair enough. I can understand that. Dogs are better than people. I'd rather troubleshoot dog issues than I would people issues most of the time. I can understand that. You got gnawed on by a Vizsla puppy? What's that? Are a majority of video games also supported by Linux now? Steam games, for example. The majority are. The only games that I've actually run into issues, and we're going to get into gaming on Linux in a little bit, is those that use the unethical kernel-level anti-cheats, which don't even really fix cheating problems and all that. And that's not an issue of Linux, that's an issue of developers. Developers need to stop using that crap. Like Apex Legends used to work on Linux. Then, what was it? EA added that kernel-level anti-cheat and it stopped. So, I no longer play that game. But Borderlands 4 came out the other day. That's work day 0. My only issues I've had with Borderlands 4 are the same issues everyone's complaining about on the Windows side. The lack of optimization, the stutters, things like that. But yeah, I don't think I've had a game in a while that hasn't been able to work day 0. With the exception of kernel-level anti-cheat. Like when the Oblivion remaster came out, worked fine. But again, same issue. Lack of optimization. EA ruined Max's. Yeah. Help my father switch to Linux. He has been talking about Linux to his friends. Now they want Linux on their PCs because of the Windows 10 end of support next month. This is fantastic. Well, yeah. And I take it that a lot of your family is in the boat of they can't upgrade to Windows 11 and your computer is perfectly fine. So you're stuck in the position of if you want to have a currently supported operating system, you have to go out and buy new hardware because Windows 11 isn't supported on your hardware. And I find that absolute bull because there are computers that came out only a few years ago. They might be a little bit old, but they're still perfectly capable in the modern world, and they're just not compatible with Windows 11. And that's why I like Linux, because even back in the Windows XP days, I was using it to breathe life into old machines. You know, when Windows Vista came out, and a lot of those computers couldn't run on anything more than XP, installed Linux on them. Used it as new desktops, used it as little servers. I remember back in the day before print servers and networking your printer was a very common thing. We actually plugged the printer in to a spare old Windows XP box we had, threw Ubuntu Linux on it, set it up as a print server, and had it network to the entire house for our Windows machines at the time. Mostly played The Last of Us 2, Cyberpunk 2077, and Red Dead, so I should be okay. Yeah, I've played all those games. I've played all those games on Linux. You'll be fine. What Linux version are you running? I'm going to stick it on a USB drive and try it out. I use Pop! OS, so you can get it at system76.com. They're a great maker of hardware for computer and everything like that. They currently have a new desktop that they have in beta right now, or soon, called Cosmic, which is going to be a way better improvement of this down here. This is GNOME. But Pop! OS 2204 is still perfectly fine. So you can, they changed the, little website, I guess. But yeah, you just get 2204 here, and it comes in 2 versions. You have just the straight AMD or Intel version, or if you have a 10 series NVIDIA or older. And then you have Pop! OS 2204, which has the NVIDIA drivers installed out the box, so you don't have to do anything. Your NVIDIA card's just going to work fine. I've been running that on this 3070 for years, and the cool thing is, whenever you do your driver updates, just do your system updates, it comes in. Windows does not do package management that well. You're on Intel and NVIDIA, then just grab the NVIDIA version. And you can install the NVIDIA version even if you don't have an NVIDIA GPU. It just comes pre-installed with NVIDIA stuff on there. So a lot of times what I'll do is when I install it on another computer, like my Parrot OS laptop I have, which is an AMD Ryzen 5700U, I will literally just install the same image here, and it just has the NVIDIA tools in there, but I'm not using them. And the only difference is like a few hundred megabytes. But it's the same thing. Bro was in the workforce during XP. No, I was in school. My dad was in the workforce. Second gen nerd. I remember having a literal Unix workstation at one point in the house. Dad was working on a Spark Sun Station or something like that as part of his job in the 90s. But yeah. Do you use open source drivers or native drivers? I'm using the NVIDIA proprietary ones just because there's a few extensions that still work better on there for my workloads, like with LLMs and everything. Doesn't the Raspberry Pi run Linux? Yeah. It's always run Linux from day zero. Now, I am trying to save up and raise money so that I can get a better GPU because I need to get more VRAM, and I'm looking at either a 5070 Ti or a 5080. And then for the stream box, I want to get a 5050. This 3070 has been fine for me, but it's getting to the point now where I got to consider upgrades. So, yeah. I can be fine with the 5950X and 64 gigs of RAM and just upgrade the GPU, but then I have to upgrade the power supply. Which means I'm gonna have to get new cable mod cables, and then shortly after that I want to get a new CPU and all of that stuff, but then I would have to get new NVMe's. Basically at that point I'm rebuilding this machine, and then what I'd like to do is get 5950X to this box over here, which is a 5700X. At least he isn't an anime or ham radio nerd. Do you know what my desk mat is? It's Motoko Kusanage from Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. Do you know what's over here? That's my ham radio shack! I've always gotten the 80 versions of NVIDIA because I don't see the point in the 90 version. Yeah, I am the same way because it's kind of hard to justify a $2,000 GPU. It is. It's already hard to justify a $1,000 GPU. I remember growing up, your top-of-the-line GPUs used to be $500 or $600. It's insane the prices that they have on it. And I don't think GPUs should be that price on the consumer level. Like, look, if you're pushing, like, professional workloads and you need a Quadro or a Fire Pro, by all means, $2,000, $3,000 for AutoCAD, Fusion 360, SolidWorks, all that makes total sense to me. These are high dollar earning companies that often use them. They need double precision and all these things. Those are great. You know, that would make sense to me. But instead, consumers are paying on the low end for a lot of people, several $100s, on the high end, $2,000. That's ridiculous. I think it was sarcasm. It might be. First IT job was a laptop refresh at TRICARE Management Activities, Windows XP Service Pack 2. Yeah, Windows XP Service Pack 2 was awesome. I mean, the 70's been good for me. I just need to get the VRAM, so I'm debating 5070 Ti or 5080. I just want a 5050 for this stream box because my 3050 can't do AV1 encoding. And if I got a 5050, then I could do AV1 encoding on NVENC, which then would up the quality of my streams. Because right now I'm doing, what is it, H.264 or H.265? I can't remember off the top of my head. Mostly play AAA single-player games. I have a RTX 4070. When do you think I should upgrade? You're fine. The honest truth is, you only need to upgrade when you start noticing new games don't work as well. You don't need to upgrade. And I think you can probably wait a generation or two. The only reason I really want to upgrade is I need more VRAM in this station, and I want AV1 encoding over here. Performance-wise, my 3050 is plenty fine. It just doesn't have AV1 encoding. And AV1 encoding has a lot better compression, so I could realistically fit a much higher quality stream in the same bandwidth. I think it's something like you can get like a quarter to a third better quality, more or less, because of how the compression works. But yeah. If there's only $100 between 70 or 80, just get the 80. Yeah, at that point, yeah, but still blows my mind that we have to spend that much for a GPU. What about pre-built PC by the Linux PC building companies you mentioned? You got several Linux-focused laptops. Why not any other pre-builds? Because it's always cheaper for me to build my own machine, and I prefer having my own machine because I know the hardware and I can support it, and I don't want to be at the mercy of a manufacturer to support a machine. Now, that's because I grew up. And I, used to have the, job repairing computers and everything. So for me, it's like no big deal. If you don't know how to build a computer and support and maintain a computer, and you want to buy a computer that, can get a support package and warranty and all that, power to you. I have nothing against those desktops. Just for me personally, I know I'm always going to be building my own machines. Plus, I get to do cool things, like my computer literally has neon. Sorry, TikTok people, you can't see it, but there's neon. There's neon. Look at that. I got my own nightclub inside a computer. There's a 10,000 volt transformer in there. Yeah, the prices are getting stupid. VRAM is what I care about because this is what handles games. I care about VRAM because that's what large language models and certain CUDA processor projects need. And I'm getting to the point where 8 gigabytes of VRAM isn't enough. What'd you put in review on stream? Broadcast contradictions. Milan.tv. Okay, let's see. What do you got? But watch this video, then I gotta take a bio break because nature's calling. And then we'll get into Borderlands 4.
Hey everybody, it's Lon Seidman. It is time for an update on our efforts to stop the encryption of over-the-air television. If you haven't been following this story, definitely check out my playlist in the video description to get caught up.
Oh, this thing again, yeah.
We're in the process of transitioning over to a new
over-the-air television standard. I pay for my thing? I think these are like 200,
what the
150, 200.
Want to do, the biggest ones, is encrypt the signal and make it very difficult for people to record content the way that they do today, or put it onto a home gateway device so you can watch TV in your house on your phone. All of these freedoms we enjoy today with over-the-air TV.
Yeah, I wanted to set up an HD home run on my house.
So we've had this effort to get before the FCC to let them know that consumers are not happy about this. We've had thousands of people file onto the FCC docket. Tyler, the antenna man,
we can talk about framework and all that in a sec. Let's watch this video.
Now, following the meeting that Tyler and I had with the FCC,
I'm not ignoring you. I'm just saying we'll get to it in a bit.
Through their attorneys had their own meeting where they talked about some of the issues that Tyler and I raised, and they filed what's called an ex parte letter, which you see on screen here. And this letter describes what they talked about in their meeting. And everything in this letter is contradicting what they have said earlier, both to the media, to consumers, and to the FCC. So let's take a closer look.
Are they going to read the
In
letter?
their meeting, the broadcasters have reiterated their more recent position that the only way to make this transition happen is to force it through a government mandate. Now, this position is relatively new for the broadcasters. They had wanted to make this a voluntary, market-driven thing, along with all of the other partners that have been in this. And they're telling the FCC now, after saying for years it should be voluntary and market-driven, that, hey, we're not going to do this market-driven thing anymore. Let's just force it. And if we force it, that, of course, is going to get the consumer electronics manufacturers on board because they're just waiting for that
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
mandate to happen. And that, of course, was rebutted by the Consumer Technology Association, who represents all of the consumer electronics manufacturers. They said, hey, let's not forget that this was supposed to be a voluntary process, and the market has not responded. Unfortunately, the CTA doesn't go the rest of the way in their statement here, which is that the reason the market hasn't responded is because of the DRM. The CTA does have some conflicts here because Google is one of their members and Google is the one supplying the encryption technology to the broadcasters. But the CTA did invite Public Knowledge along with them to this meeting, and Public Knowledge at the same meeting asserted all of the issues that we've been talking about, which is that DRM is the root cause of the consumer adoption.
Yep, that's going to brick a lot of over-the-air broadcasts.
Come onto the market. They have limited the functions of those devices so that consumers can't use them the way they want in the privacy of their own home, and a whole host of other issues that we've been talking about. Public Knowledge has taken the lead among all the other consumer advocacy nonprofits, so they are working with the EFF and others to keep bringing this message out to the FCC.
Oh, yeah, that's great. I thought the EFF would be involved at some point.
And it was good to see that both
Electronic Frontier Foundation, if you don't know by now. I love them. I'm a gold member. I support them.
Broadcasters met with them about.
Oh, they made this t-shirt, actually.
But let's go back to what the broadcasters just told the FCC in their meeting, that the reason why this market hasn't materialized is because the FCC hasn't mandated the transition date yet. That is in direct contradiction to what they've been telling all of us all along since this started. So if we go back to 2019, when these ATSC3 broadcasts first went on the air, Ann Schell, who's the director of Pearl TV, this is the same group of people that are running the A3SA encryption authority that is gatekeeping all of this hardware.
Right.
She said that the chicken or egg question about the introduction of new television services has been answered. We're going to have great signals, great consumer technology, because there's all sorts of cool boxes coming out and people are going to have a lot of choice. Now, of note here, the signals on ATSC3 were not yet encrypted when these statements were made. So there was a lot to be excited about. I had some optimism. The antenna man had some optimism.
I remember when we were discussing this, it was going to improve TV quality and all that.
Happened a few years later. Then in 2021, Pearl TV, the same organization, was talking about all these great devices that were coming out, how LG is going to have tuners in their television.
Even I'm looking at an HD home run.
Samsung and Sony were on board. And then, of course, they started talking about all the set-top boxes you might be able to get as well. One of the set-top boxes that Ann Schell, the director of Pearl TV, pointed to was the HD Home Run Gateway device, which we have noted many times on this channel has not been allowed to decrypt the encrypted signals by these broadcasters. They simply won't let that box get approved.
Because I was thinking I wanted to get it myself.
They were touting it as a potential solution for customers in 2021 before the DRM.
How are you not going to allow it and then advertise that it's a great...
Then in 2023, they also were spouting out how exciting everything was about their scale and how in less than 4 years that next-gen TV, as of 2023, had reached 60% of television viewers. I think now they're saying it's 80%. And they're talking about their partnerships and how everything is going great. There's more than 120 receiver models for consumers to choose from. I don't know if that number ever came to fruition, but as of just a year or two ago, they were excited about
Nobody really buys set-top boxes anymore.
That year, they also filed this statement to the FCC in regards to tuner availability, where they said the device market is active in producing receivers. Where's the problem? And they went on to say that the next-gen TV devices have a plethora of options for consumers. And the crazy thing about this 2023 filing was that the broadcasters were urging the FCC to stay out of the tuner market and not regulate the patent pool. This was after LG got sued over their ATSC3 tuner and eventually pulled all those ATSC3
Wait,
tuners
what? Didn't know
out
that
of
was
their
a thing.
television sets. And despite that setback, the broadcaster said, no, FCC, stay out. We'll take care of it. The market's fine. But apparently now the market is not fine, and they want the mandate to force the market onto consumers. And clearly there are some issues here. Now let's go to another contradiction here, because remember, back in 2021, they were talking about how great these gateway devices were going to be.
I only want live TV for like
consumers
local
could
news
consume
and stuff.
television the same way they do today. However, the HD Home Run box has been denied certification for DRM, and in their most recent meeting with the FCC, the broadcasters denied that they're doing any gatekeeping. They even went as far to say that we do not certify hardware components or chips within devices. Yet, a month earlier, this very same law firm was sending letters to the FCC saying the reason why the HD Home Run device hasn't been certified is because of the chips inside of it. I mean, you can't make this stuff up.
Wait, what?
I covered this a few weeks ago. I mean, seriously, do they think the FCC and all of us are that stupid that we can't remember something that they filed the month before that directly contradicts what they're saying here? But here you go. And not only did they make this really nasty filing on the public docket, they also CC'd half the world, including all of the industry press, and then anyone at the FCC with any kind of authority over consumer devices as well. So hopefully those lawyers are getting their hourly rate here, but I mean...
DRM is going to be on local news.
Now, over the years
Boo!
that I've been working on this issue, I've had
Always
a
begging the
number
government
of
not to regulate
off-the-record
them unless that regulation
conversations
forces
with
consumers' hands.
broadcast executives,
Exactly.
trying to let them know that the direction they're taking here is not good for their business and certainly not good for consumers. And although they haven't been rude to me, they have dug their heels in. They believe they are absolutely correct in this DRM approach and that it's absolutely necessary for the future of their industry. It might be
We don't need
because their
DRM.
industry relies more on subscription fees than it does on actual viewers, but that's another topic for another day. But it's just clear to me in all of these discussions that they really don't understand the technology that they're unleashing through this DRM system. They're trying to
understand how
bolt
people
on an
would
encryption
use this
standard that was
technology.
designed for the web and trying to make it work over broadcast, which, as we're seeing, doesn't translate. It just doesn't work the way they think it's going to work. But they continue to dig their heels in. Now, many of those discussions have been off the record. I can't really share them with you. But the other day I was in a discussion on LinkedIn in public that I can share with you in regards to the high noon issue that we talked about 2 weeks ago.
Interesting, he
Now,
had
what
that
this is
discussion
about
on LinkedIn.
Is that even if your station doesn't want to encrypt its signal, you still need to purchase a certificate from the nation's largest broadcasters in order to certify your broadcast as being legitimate. If you don't have the certificate, or if
This
they
reminds
decide
me
to
of like the
pull it,
SSL
your
cert.
TV station won't display on a
But with
certified
less ethics.
ATSC3 tuner, even if you're completely legal to broadcast per your FCC license. It is a very dangerous precedent here. This was brought out by Kyle Walker, who's the VP of Technology at Weigel Broadcasting. And by the way, Kyle is one of the good guys who really understands just how bad this DRM standard is and how poorly it's being rolled out. And he's been very outspoken, along with his company, about how bad all of this stuff is. And he did a very extensive filing with the FCC that, again, we talked about 2 weeks ago. And then he shared that on his LinkedIn
Similar to
page
TV
in a
licensed in
public
the UK.
post. And
Kind
one
of,
the people
except we
replying
as
to him
individuals don't have to
was
buy
Terry
it, but
Asland,
the
who is
providers
an
would.
executive at Scripps. He's currently in charge of their AI strategy. And here it's clear that these executives just don't get.
Let me read this. DVB, ISDB, and ATSC embed signing to ensure trust, protect consumers, and secure applications. You can't be against 3.0 and 4 HTTPS.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Yeah, you totally can be. As in Google.com, Amazon.com, Netflix.com, LegalBroadcasting.com. I double dog dare you to drop the S in your URL. You'd be hacked in a second. You can totally be for HTTPS and not 3.0. The difference is the HTTPS, in terms of SSL TLS certifications, is done by a group of organizations that have a web of trust. And you don't need to pay any particular company to have these. You just have to get into that web of trust and be approved, like Let's Encrypt. If you're not familiar with Let's Encrypt, they allow you to generate free SSL TLS certificates. I've been using them for years. I don't have to pay anything. It's completely open source. but you have to go to a company to get this cert, and that oligopoly or monopoly or duopoly, whatever it ends up being with this consortium of different broadcasters, then has the ability to control what content goes on your TV, and then can yank the license from any organization that gets that license because they don't agree with the content. That's totally different than this. And he's right, where executives do not understand fundamentally what this technology is and how it differentiates between the execution and implementation of 3.0 and HTTPS. There's a huge difference between them. That's why I'm okay with HTTPS, but I'm not okay with 3.0. Now, if you had a web of trust, where you had independent organizations that all trusted each other, and then you could buy a cert off of them, or generate your own cert in open source fashion, like Let's Encrypt, it'd be totally fine. I wouldn't be against that. But yeah.
He's trying to compare encryption with the
realistic the browser CA form is a cartel
technology for your website. He said if you don't put the S in front of your website, you're going to get hacked in a second. You know that's not the case. There's a lot more to hacking a website.
Yeah. All it means is your data would actually be unencrypted. It doesn't necessarily mean that you would get hacked. You can have a site without TLS SSL and still be secured. Now, in terms of you actually sending data to that site, it wouldn't have a tunnel encrypting that, so I wouldn't, authenticate against that or anything like that, because I could see your credentials in clear text using Wireshark. Very simply. We don't do that anymore. There's a lot more that gets into this, like he was saying, and it is just totally not true what he's saying, and where you can understand these people don't fundamentally understand the technologies they are speaking on.
Got into it with him a little bit to say, hey, protect consumers against what? When was the last time a TV station was hijacked? It was 1987, and that hijacking didn't take over the broadcast signal. Somebody got in before the main broadcast went out.
Right.
And swapped out their microwave feed from the studio to the transmitter, which means that if that signing certificate existed in 1987,
max headroom,
that broadcast would have been put in pre-encryption and would have been perfectly signed on the way out.
Yep.
And Kerry replies back to me, says, oh God, not you. And I said, yes, me, the consumer here. He did say that, well, last year the Russians were taking over Ukrainian airwaves. Nothing to worry about here, right? Well, guess what? I looked into that Russian hijacking of TV. And what they did in Russia was exactly what happened with the 1987.
So they intercepted the signal that would have been irrelevant to the cert.
Got in before the main broadcast. In this case, they took over a satellite backhaul, which then was sent down to
these executives don't understand the technology they're talking about.
This would have been something that would have gotten signed because it came in pre-encryption, which is how the hijackers were able to do it. So this signing certificate is just not necessary, and it's happening all the time, according to the satellite company, where people are getting into those satellite backhauls, and the Ukrainians have done it to the Russians as well. And so once again, it just shows that they're not aware of all these issues. And I said to him, look, it's not that simple. If you really want to take over a...
Let me read what he said. Hold on. Yes, me, a consumer advocate who's trying to stop billion-dollar corporations from hijacking the public airwaves. Those attacks were done over the internet, not overpowering the signal. The hacks were inserted at the source, so your protection wouldn't do squat. This is just like how EBS was hijacked in a few markets, as the stations never bothered changing the passwords on their systems. Yep. Well, I'm not going to argue with basic password protection hygiene, touche, but the notion of capturing an unencrypted signal and recasting it is kind of the most obvious and simple hack. It's not that simple. It requires tremendous hardware power and know-how. It has never happened before. Even the max headroom thing didn't overpower the signal. They hijacked a microwave link from the studio to the transmitter. And that's true. You basically, if you ever have an understanding of radio, basically the strongest signal wins. This is an oversimplification because then we have to get into amplitude modulation, frequency modulation, and all that different, phase shift, all that. But he's right. it's very, very hard to overpower these, especially when you're talking about satellite uplinks, because if you know anything about a satellite, is that it's very directional. And it's literally pointed up at the sky. So you'd have to intercept that connection, and that ain't easy. What, you need a helicopter to float right there? I'm pretty sure people would notice. You can't do a plane because it's got to have that pattern, and it can't stay stationary. But yeah, basically, it's really unrealistic what, you know, they're talking about over, yeah.
Of all these issues, and I said to him,
these executives don't know what they're talking about.
If you really want to take over a broadcast station, you need a lot of equipment, you need a lot of power, and you need a huge antenna in order to be able to hijack a television signal in that way. But they just don't get it. They just think they need this stuff because somebody told them that they needed it. They hired an engineer to implement it, but of course consumers are not considered as part of any of this. So they're really just driving their business into the ground. When I asked him to reply to that, he said, we've all said our piece, so peace. We both love TV. They've got nothing to say. So there you go. That's our latest set of broadcast contradictions here. It's really unfortunate that it's gotten to this point. If they listened to consumers, they may have been able to come up with something that might have worked. But the reality is here, they've dug their heels in on what they're trying to put together. The market has not responded the way they said it was responding, and now they're requiring or asking for a government mandate to force this market to create itself, which is not going to happen. But I know a great way to make this market happen real quick. Stop the encryption today. I can guarantee you things will be a lot different for over-the-air television viewing, but they're not going to do that unless the FCC tells them to, so hopefully that's the mandate we get. The mandate is no encryption and no private regulation of the public airwaves. That's one that I can get behind. That'll do it for now. Let me know what you thought down in the comments section, and until next time, this is Lon Seidman. Thanks for watching.
Oh yeah, how have I not subscribed to the dude? I've seen so many of his videos.
We're in an era where we hear a lot about facts.
Yeah. Okay. That just went on to another video. You downloaded Pop! OS on USB and set it to boot in BIOS, but it went booted from Windows instead. You probably have, it probably needs to set to Legacy, or it's only booting UEFI. You have to not just set the USB, but it has to be in a way that's compatible with how that goes. That's also why I turn off, I mean, it can boot from UEFI. Yeah, but basically if you look up, there's different ways to get into the BIOS for your machine specifically and tweak it to the way that you need to boot off the USB. But yeah. Okay, so we're gonna take a quick break here. I gotta take a bio break. Puppers over here is, you want to go outside? Is that what you're asking? Okay, he needs to go outside. So I'm going to take a bio break, let the dog out, and I will be right back. Give me about 3-4 minutes. You're not going to miss a thing. There we go. It's because the USB is set to EFAT. Yeah, if it's extended FAT, it may be the issue, so you'll probably want to format it as just regular FAT32. EFAT is... Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, EFAT, extended FAT, is, not able to be read by BIOS out the box, because I think there's still licensing issues around that. I could be wrong. I know FAT32, the licensing is basically at this point more or less public. But yeah. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. Oh, and while I was, waiting for the dogs and everything, I found a post that said that apparently Mario is 40 years old now. I want you to think about that. The Mario games, 40 years old now. That is insane. Okay. Alright, let's get the Borderlands fired up here. And watch me complain about how bad it's optimized. Oh yeah, probably should get my music ready over here. Oh yeah, I forget. I need to be in the top right for this. Alright. Twitch and a couple other platforms should be hearing music now. The PS2 is 25. Good God. The PS2 is old enough to rent a car without extra fees. Sometimes I just remember just... What happened? I thought it launched already. If I didn't know. Where'd you get the ear cups from? I have the same headphones, but with the removable cable. Wicked Cushions makes these. I got these because the original ones were, deforming. I'm already 16% through the campaign. I don't know if that tells me there isn't that much content in the main campaign or what. Feel like doing that myself. Oh, did they finally do some tweaks to actually fix some of the stutters? Yeah, the performance is a little bit better today. I'm just curious. No, no. It's still artifacting just a little bit, I noticed. Yep, DLSS is still a problem. Alright, let's see. Yep, anisotropic filtering does at least work.
Someone brought some shine to the scuffle. Oh, good. Order forces. What do
I didn't see you. Oh, shit. Where'd he go?
Oh, right, so here's the issue. They've got a scanner that checks all the livestock as they enter.
Yeah, the DT990 Pro X. I got the DT990s Pro. Oh, shit.
And I use that word relative to the context. There is a valve we can use to disguise you. You're gonna have to drench yourself. Full dip.
Ah, and the gross stuff will make the scanner see me as an animal. Hey, it won't be worse, however.
Oh.
Okay. I knew I made you
Shit, got the wrong gun out.
That's a bit too close, Frank.
Alright, we probably should go get some ammo. Oh yeah, I love the open back headphones because it also lets my ears be less sweaty. Oh, there we go. Plenty of ammo. The hell's that? Just kind of, I don't know, server box thing. Any jump scares from people with closed back headphones. Yeah, I don't like closed backs because I want to be able to hear things around me. Plus, it gives you a much better sound stage.
Once you do, you'll just need to release the...
The only downside is you have to have a relatively quiet environment for it.
Keep your mouth and eyes shut.
Did they do some kind of update? Because I think the game's just getting a little bit more optimized. Yeah, I've loved my DT990s. I think these are pushing about 3 years. I have the 250 ohm versions, and I used them with my Rodecaster Pro 2. Wait, what am I looking for? Nope, that ain't it. What the hell am I supposed to do here? Oh. Really?
Yep, definitely could have been worse. But just barely.
No, hurry. Go use the scanner at the vacuum tube before all the gunk falls off.
That was unexpected.
The utter thrill of impending death! You weren't gonna tell me about the big grinder at the end?
Whoa! They added a grinder? Well, that's new. Used to be sort of a big pair of scissors. But you made it through anyway!
Oh, you didn't tell me about the grinder, really?
You'll have to snoop around.
Yeah, I remember I was looking at the Go XLR, but the issue I didn't like was that it only allowed one digital input and output. Whereas I have both computers here connected over USB, so I can actually share the mic on both computers. And I'm not using that aux cable crap. And it works with Linux. Nope, not interested. La 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 la.
Did you ever think to simply take control? Bring me back yourself?
Yes, often.
See? Restraint is the difference between thought and action.
I suppose I'd hoped you'd come of your own free will.
Free will? My choices are exactly.
You gotta
why
step
I left.
back to do that? Why can't you just be closer?
Still ever changing, Sartre.
Oh, there's the timekeeper.
Toy to soul security.
Oh, yeah.
You again. This is the second time you've come looking for me. Why?
Soul's building some kind of
Revolt hunting is outlawed. Take heart, you are not alone.
Stop him before he can put it to use.
I'm sure when you pair the Go XLR Mini in full size, it gives you more ports in and out. Yeah, this is Borderlands 4.
Reporter on the roof. That's our way out of here.
I'm just him like Charlie Kirk. God damn.
Lead the way.
I like dark humor.
Lock down the facility. I need Sandra alive. And the Vault Hunter dead. And lock her up better next time. What was that? Unrolled closet.
I'll get the door. Cover me.
Any others? I feel like there's more.
Infantry spotted! Stay on guard!
Is frame gen switched on in your settings? No, I have it turned off because it was artifacting. But on the 3070, it's not doing too bad on 1080p. Don't mind if I do. On the site it says to switch on for a gen frame and DLSS and all settings high, and it's worked. It really depends, but DLSS will artifact out. Here, I'll show you what I mean. You see what I mean? It messes up everything. The textures get all, like, weird. See? It's, like, really bad over there. I wonder if medium will do better. Nope, that's too much of a hit. I dropped quite. Okay. Is the system of a down? Yep.
Now we're cooking. Best watch where you're looking.
I'm getting low on ammo. There we go. I guess we'll switch to the SMG. Come on, little bastard. Here we go. Second wind. Okay, there's one more down here, it looks like.
Hasta luego, friend!
This will take us to the roof. Just a moment.
Is there an ammo crate?
With all the noise we've made, I'd guess we're in for a fight.
A little bit of ammo there. This video is already set to FAT32 by default and still won't boot. Strange. There's something in your BIOS that you have to flip. It's kind of hard to see without it being there.
So, let's deal with the thresher in the rooms.
I can't remember what I had to do to set my BIOS to boot off of it, but yeah.
I worked for him. A mistake I'm trying to amend.
It won't be secure boot, would it? It could be.
Preserve the order!
Let it go. Okay, let's see. Alright, that's an assault rifle. That's a submachine. Okay, so let's switch up the order of my stuff. Okay, so compared to... Okay. $255 healing versus 197, but that's an instant. Okay, so we'll set that up. Okay, so... that's definitely got some more boom. Here we go. Let's see what this new pistol does.
You take her from me. I'm the one who takes things. Sandra was a gift to the timekeeper. May you forever finally understand why you
Not bad. Ooh, that's got some hit to it. But it's not as fun.
There's the teleporter pad. I'll need some parts to jerry-rig it. Scrap these synths. I can use their circuitry. One synth may do, but tell me what you can. Options never hurt.
What the hell is with these stutters all of a sudden? It seems like the outdoor areas it stutters a little bit more. This is the issue I had yesterday.
I'll turn your valuable data.
Best watch where you're looking.
Oh, that was close.
You're wasting the last of your breath.
Shit.
Now, as I recall, I was murderizing something indecent.
God damn, this is like damn near unplayable. Make poppin' less noticeable at the cost performance. It's Borderlands 4. The Borderlands official Twitch account is live if you want to yell at them. Yeah, I may have to yell at them. Because, like, this is ridiculous. There is no reason a 3070 should stutter like this on 1080p. On low settings.
Almost we can see you there.
You have no idea what you're up against.
We've got company! Order soldier spotted!
Almost out of ammo. Yeah, Borderlands 3 was like perfectly fine on a 5700U. The fact that this game isn't that much better graphically, and still... Like, it was working fine at the start, but that's because I was indoor.
Quickly, install whichever synth part is the least damaged. There's no telling how much time we have.
Oh, heavy ordnance.
This tech is old, but I can get it working. I did design.
How the hell did they get this game out of QA?
Last long enough for both of us to get out of here.
To the Outbounders we go. Ladies first.
Sandra was my redemption, my way back to his glorious side.
There's no queue anymore for game companies. Damn straight. And people wonder why I like to play older games. Because they work fine.
Because the teleporter broke and I've got incoming.
Wherever Zadra went, it wasn't here. But we'll figure that out later. Focus on staying alive.
These stutters are freaking horrible. God damn these stutters.
sorry. I had a feeling those parts wouldn't last beyond a single fast travel use. I didn't intend to strand you. That said, I have no intention of trading one captor for another. I've gone to a secondary hideaway. Here are the coordinates. We can discuss this Crimson Resistance of yours there.
Yeah, I don't understand how they got this game out of QA and just said like, oh yeah, this game's gonna be, you know, maybe on some mid-range hardware. Like, there's no reason it should be stuttering like that. Nope, not interested in any of that. Because I'm getting like 40 some odd frames a second, and then it'll dip down and stutter.
Rush, I'm heading to Zadra's lab now. She's willing to help us.
I'd hope so after you bailed her out. But if she can get us an advantage on Saul's weapon, this will all be worth it.
Gyro's great.
Remember though, she was order. That stain doesn't wash off easy. Just be on guard.
Look away! Almost didn't see you there!
These stutters are freaking insane. I have a 2 PC setup, so this is literally the computer itself.
Don't look down, don't look down!
What would I deserve to give me reason to prove me wrong? Lost its memory clean, left us all on. Okay, come on.
Okay.
That's an interesting gun.
See that? That's a little thing called marksmanship. Might give it a try next time. These order types still don't bleed right, you know?
There we go. Plenty of ammo. Getting pinned down over here.
Oh, good, order forces. To what do I owe these pleasure?
Ah, I could have just killed that turret right there. Borderlands 4 has some optimization problems. I'm getting a serious amount of stutters. My machine's not low end. It's not high end, but it shouldn't stutter this much at the lowest quality settings. It's ridiculous. Like, you can even see the stutters now. Look at that. Look at those stutters. That's horrible. This is on a 3070. You need a good GPU to play a cell shade game. 10 years. Yeah, like Borderlands 3. I remember it ran perfectly fine on my laptop with an integrated GPU. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Like, I paid $60 for this. I paid $60 for this. At least when I played Hollow Knight, I didn't have to worry about it, and it was $20. No. It's not because I'm streaming. I have a whole other computer for the streaming. You can go check the specs down below and see. I literally call out I have 2 PCs for the stream setup. You know what? Hold on. I just thought of something. I wonder if I turn on kernel preemption, if that's gonna fix it. Nope. Even this game cannot reach 60 FPS 4K on a 5090. Yeah. Let's remember, it's an Unreal Engine 5 game, and when I got Oblivion, which is not a really new game, and I got the remastered, we had the same issue with performance and stutters. You know, I'm curious, though. ProtonDB.com. Let's see if they have any tips for... Because this has been out for a while now. It's got a platinum rating for that. Switch to experimental. Poor frame rate, mostly because scaling is broken. Seem more stable, but also big glitches in the terrain. You know, I'm gonna try something. Hold on. Need to use frame gen if you want higher than that. Okay. Yours as to what is causing the stutter. My experience with it has been when I see the stutters you're getting, it means the game is crashing for me. Yeah, I don't know, because Borderlands 3 runs perfectly fine. I played Doom Eternal when it came out perfectly fine. And then here's the issue. You turn on any DLSS upscaling, you get all these weird artifacts. I miss those highly optimized game engine and those and yeah, I miss them when they were highly optimized. Now everyone builds it on Unreal Engine and it goes to shit. And what's annoying was the first day we played, DLSS worked perfectly fine. We got occasional artifacts with this. To the storm, wherever weather, storm. Let's see if the TSR fixes it. So far, so good, but we'll give this game a little bit. Got your hair, yo. Listen what I say, yo. But DLSS is borked in this game because it artifacts way too hard. So I have to use TSR. It seems to be working a little bit better, but we'll see. More I see, the less I know, but more I like to let it go. Yeah, yo. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, white as snow. And it's like so erratic. Like this in Linux. Imagine the Windows bloat performance. Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous. So I had to use TSR frame generation just to get some decent performance, but we'll see how it plays after a few minutes with this. But DLSS artifacts, and you can still see occasional artifacts even with this.
Since I could do with a little haste.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Come on, you bastard! Alright, let's check the loot. Oh, we still got some more. Cool. Some ammo. Yeah, we're gonna need quite a bit more ammo. What the hell is this? Oh. I haven't heard this song. I was like, that sounded like DMX, and sure enough, it was. Hey!
Hasta luego, friend!
Alright, what did I win? Okay, let's see. Backpack. Nope, nothing else. The fuller Rafa shields are, the greater the bonus. Just one more taste without your ship, and I set up, you leave your shit. Then I had enough of it. And then it is, yeah, it's all out. Alright, we'll max out those shields then. My way or the highway. Got tired of those guys. Okay. This time I'm gonna let it all flip out. This time I'm gonna stand up and shout. And I do things my way. It's my way. My way or the highway. Everything things my way. It's my way. My way or the highway. In no way. Never do you know, 'cause you never know. Now let me get these cases over here. No! My way or the highway. God damn it. Didn't mean to jump off the cliff. But here we are. What data pad? I shouldn't really fight like that when I'm in an area like this. The one you just grabbed, pretty sure I spent 20 minutes 'cause I didn't want to jump down either. Yeah, well that was totally an accident. I wish you could have a mini-map.
It's just don't bleed right, you know?
Come on, you little bastard. I don't understand the hitbox of that sniper. I don't either. Defeat declaration under the bag of dust. Announce a wave of tension as well as broken trust. The lessons that you taught me, I learned were never true. Now I find myself in question. Guilty by association. You point the finger at me again. Away, never say goodbye. I wanna know the truth instead of wondering why. The door and open up my mind. Changing voices under the sky of dust. And try a wave of tension as more than build me up. Don't talk of taking action. These words were never true. Now I find myself in question. Guilty by association. Never say goodbye. I wanna know the truth instead of wondering why. I wanna know the answers. No more lies, I wanna shut the door.
Scavenge some gear, huh? You didn't have to grab any parts, did you? Load him up and let him fly. Come to take a look at me guts?
Gotta run away, gotta run away. Gotta run away, gotta run away. And gotta run away. And up and wander. Gotta run away, gotta run away. Gotta run away, gotta run away.
You and your wallet are welcome anytime.
Oh, they're doing push-ups. Instead of wondering why, I wanna know the answers.
Nothing a face shot would fix, right?
That's right, run! Need and stay in shape for the resistance. I guess so.
I am one hell of a shot if I do this with myself. See that? That's called marksmanship. Might give it a try next time.
What, you think I'm not gonna kick your ass too? And he's dead. These hands are rated E for everyone. Bye-bye. Kablooey. Oh, did not know you could do that.
You see the look on their face?
God damn, the stutters are coming back. This reminds me of Tremors. Have y'all ever seen that movie, Tremors? With Kevin Bacon?
Ah, you're here. I hope the entrance wasn't too obvious. I'd prefer to have this lab stay hidden. Keep going. I've deactivated any traps and the more intrusive scans.
All right, let's see. Nice to see those turrets are taking care of them. What's the item of the day here?
I get.
Nope,
Just
don't need
remember,
it.
A life of caution's hardly worth living.
Excuse the chaos in here. Yes, I accept.
Seen the first 5 Tremors, think 1 and 4 are the best.
Sorry. I
haven't seen Tremors in a minute. I should put that on for movie night.
Time is not infinite, as it turns out. I am agreeing to assist your Crimson Resistance. You see, I also want to free this planet. The Timekeeper's control is not absolute, but it can only be broken when strength and willpower combine. Neither of us will succeed on our own. I can be the brains to your brawn.
Ah. You've noticed my brawn, yes?
Now, we have quite the task ahead of ourselves. Specifically, gaining direct
Alright, I gotta pause for a sec because I need to go to the bathroom really bad. So we're gonna take a break for like 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back.
It's harder than you might think. After the chaos of the Invader Moon's appearance, the Timekeeper sealed the walls of the city around him. He never strays from the threshold of the vault within his tower. The only way inside requires 3 powerful command bolts.
Okay.
A bit different from what you've got in your neck. He gave them to his trusted commanders, Idolater Soul, Vile Lictor, and Callus. Though she's a bit more complicated.
So we need to take out these guys?
I should be able to use their combined security clearances to gain access to the Timekeeper's tower.
So basically we gotta take care of these 3 bosses. Gotcha.
Saul, you've met. He's a sniveling sycophant ruled by emotion, but still quite dangerous. The
Okay.
Timekeeper commanded him to bring the Fade Fields to heal, and he is eager to please. To the north, the Terminus mountain range is overseen by a cruel scientist named Vile Lictor. Highly intelligent,
Vile Lictor?
ambitious. So much so that
Lictor?
he
I
betrayed
barely
his own
know her.
people for a chance to rule and carry out his experimental research with impunity. Finally, Callus. She was once the Timekeeper's strongest and most loyal commander, until the Moonfall. Now she's a monster of a different shape, the self-styled Ripper Queen.
Okay.
Her fanatical horde, which you've no doubt encountered already, masses in the ruins of Carcadia Burn to the west.
Wow. They all sound fun.
We'll need all 3 command bolts before facing the
Timekeeper. You can tackle each one at your pleasure. I've uploaded your
Echo 4 with backdoor security codes, which should get you through any order checkpoints out of the Fade Fields.
Kairos lies open to you.
This is a big ask. I need to know I can trust you.
You can. My absolution depends on it.
Okay, what reward did I get? It's a shotgun. There we go. Not that I'm gonna see myself. Okay, which way do I have to go to get out of here? Now keep an eye on weapon mode and alt fire modes. The right one can make a fight so much easier. Yeah, I've been playing with the alt fire modes. Ooh. I'm curious. Nah, this doesn't really suit my style. Where's that rifle that I had before? Okay, so... what is the sniper rifle that I have? The charge up didn't slow you down, maybe it would be better. Yeah, I can't do the charge up thing. It doesn't, you know, work for me. Apart again. Hey, puppers. Hey, Joe. Hey. Hey. Dude, really? You can't play this game. Here's a good boy. Oh. You're a pain in my ass. I'm breaking the habit tonight. Touching my cure. I gotta lock the door. I try to catch my breath again. I have much more than in time before. I have no options left again. Wait, where am I going for this? What are you fighting for?
Vault Hunter, shall we give your outbounder friends a call?
Oh.
Ready to continue?
Really?
In the Fade Fields, Saul is our focus. Contacting the outbounders now.
Conway.
Barack.
This is the third time
Enough.
singles claiming to be nearby weren't actually. Oh, hi.
Rush?
In the bottom row, maybe the sniper you were using.
It's a pleasure. So, Zadra,
Yeah.
what can you tell us about Locust?
Nothing.
Off to a rough start.
But that alone tells us something. It must be relatively new, and he's not getting help from Dominion. There's only one installation in the Fade Fields with the required...
Come on, let's get to the killing.
...bioweapon. Saul's production facility. It's not far from here.
Then that's our focus. Where to go, team?
How'd you get over there?
You know what the Timekeeper used to call Vault Hunters? Rule-breaking, loot-taking, running and gunning natural disasters. Watching you work, I tend to agree.
I tend to have that effect on people. Wait, affect? No, I was right. I think.
Come on. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Well, Conway's disappointed Zadra isn't an actual
Using a
vampire.
pistol, SMG, assault rifle with my siren, but I am also making a short to mid-range build.
Work together now. But why not before? Why
Yeah, I do a pistol with that, but I think I'm moving my pistol to a shotgun, maybe. I'm debating it.
Well, looks like we got us a city slicker.
That's what I was looking for. Come on, ammo.
Boundaries, folks! It ain't rocket surgery. Time to run! You are my power too much! Oh good! Order for
These are good. I'm not a fan of the explosive ones. They seem to have the lack of accuracy. I can get that. That was close.
Well, looks like we got us a city slicker. Asado y asesinado.
It'll just hit me. That's right. Run, bitch, run!
I am one hell of a shot if I do say so myself.
Oh, you want some? You got some. Give me that ammo. Okay, come on.
Someone tell me they saw that!
Come on.
What they fit you in? Plastic? This'll be fun.
Close, but no cigar. Alright, let's see. What other ammo do we need around here? Got a log over there.
Reminder! Our new weapon is designed to eat through flesh, not metal. Keep using them on hardened or mechanized targets, and I'll give you a personal demonstration of just how hungry they can get.
Soy un granjero de plomo!
There we go. What the hell is with that stutter?
Don't try and get fancy now. You see the look on their face?
Interesting how the enemies are so close to the ammo dump.
Think about it. If my meds didn't work, someone would have stopped me by now.
When energy shields are empty, it grants plus 20 fire rate and...
Thanks for stopping by.
That I made it into Soul's production facility.
Good. I'm monitoring your echo feed. Head into the R&D department.
Oh good, order forces. To what do I owe this pleasure?
Anyone else? Not even close, bud. Alright, let's see what's down here. Who doesn't care who buys ammo? Yeah. But you know, that does beg the question, where are the owners of these vending machines? Like, how do they collect their money? Why can't I own the vending machines? Make a profit off of these.
Well, looks like we got us a city slicker. Nunca fallo! These order types just don't bleed right, you know?
Ooh, that was close.
Well, looks like we got us a city slicker. Nobody's standing in my way.
There, that terminal. Let's find out what he's been up to.
Ooh, that was a little bit close. See you later, Spigot. Thanks for hanging out. Alright.
They're modifying bulkheads. How does a bioweapon fit into this?
Alright, cool.
It applied a substance to the bulkhead carapace. Whatever this is, Saul is already preparing to manufacture it en masse.
That sounds bad. Really bad.
It certainly is. You should destroy this assembly line immediately, before he can produce more. This is a significant escalation. If this is what Saul's up to, I need to extract all the data I can.
I smell ordenadores. I see you.
Just can't help yourself, can you? You're like a tiny shard of glass I can't pull from my flesh.
That should throw a wrench in Saul's plans. Of course, we still need to suss out what the substance actually is. I'm coming to join you. Meet me in the lobby.
Orden cortado.
Alright, let's see. I need to get some more skills. Alright, let's see what's in the backpack. smile that'll fake for the sake of being with you. Everything falls apart and we break down the sacrifice of hiding in the light. Sacrifice is never knowing why I never walked away, why I never made myself this way. Now I see you're testing me, pushes me away, why I never walked away. We're gonna mark that as junk. La la. The sacrifice is never knowing why I've walked away, why I blame myself this way. And I see me pushes me away. Alright, now we gotta get out of here, I guess. Why I never walked away, why I blame myself this way. Now I see you're testing me. That ammo's all full.
I've arrived. Easily, thanks to you clearing the way. I'll need a console connected to their main network to access the data on Saul's research.
Let's at least finish this mission up for tonight.
Before he can respond. So, you're from off planet. What's it like out there? It's been a long time.
I have a sizable corporate bounty on my head, so I'm hunted every second of my life. But sometimes, you find a really good food truck.
A food truck.
What's the saying? Everything old is new again? This concludes our small talk, by the way. I'll take care of this. More resistance. Let's clear them out and keep moving.
Soldados! Straight off the assembly line!
I've lived long enough to know this.
I want to test a theory. Try to damage it.
As I feared, It's some new kind of armor. Impenetrable.
Well, if Sol armored that door, then what's on the other side must be important, right?
Agreed. Look for another way around.
Alright, so we gotta find another way around this. Alright.
Still try to ruin everything I've ever worked for. Why? I did nothing to you. Nothing. I only ever wanted to please the Timekeeper. May he rule forever. But you just won't stop.
I'm pulling up the research files. That lab is where the bioweapon codenamed Locust is being developed.
I suspect I am looking at it now. These order types just don't bleed right, you know?
Order infantry spotted! Stay on guard!
Came on inside. Oh, yo. There we go.
Surprise. Biological byproduct of weapon demonstrates remarkable resistance to damage. It seems this impenetrable armor and Locust are related. Let's test something. Activate that sample dispenser on the Locust containment unit. Then throw it on the armored door.
Alright, let's see. What do I got in the backpack? Because I think there was another... booster retort. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Careful. If Locust is accurately named, you should avoid direct contact. So, Locust consumes biological matter and turns it into this armor-like substance. And the only thing that can damage it is more Locust. How terrifyingly efficient.
So, I feel it more than ever.
There's an airship being loaded with Locust right now. You have to stop it. We can't let this be deployed.
If the armor is not a biomatter, does that mean...
Alright. Come on.
I think he was capable of this.
You're my Zephyr.
I give purpose to those who have none. An impenetrable, glorious purpose. The bolted masses throw the Timekeeper's mercy in his face. The Locust has no mercy. It renders them down to something more useful. And now, the first to see my weapon in use will be those most in need of purpose.
The only way to destroy its bioarmor is the Locust gas. Toss one of the canisters at it. Good job. Now take it down. Bang, bang, bang.
It's just some bleeds right, you know?
Shit, I gotta get more Locust.
These archetypes just don't bleed right, you know?
Since you arrived, Vault Hunter, you have ruined every opportunity I had to finally prove myself. I will render
There we go.
the entirety of the Fade Fields if it means you perish with it.
Sweet. Alright, let's see what items we picked up. Singularity grenade launcher. Wait, magazine of 12. That might be good for a shoddy. I done learned a lot of things in my day. $31 times 6. I gotta move. Yeah, I gotta move. Give me the truth. Give me the truth. Give me the truth. Mm-hmm. $61 damage a second. Admit it, that way. Next time, no. I gotta move. Repket's healing capacity and duration are increased by 20%. me the rope. Give me the truth. Give me the truth. Give me the truth. Alright, let's get this ammo. Ooh, what's this? Nope, nothing interesting there.
Well, looks like we got us a city slicker.
Here comes the pain! Dang it!
Someone tell me they saw that.
Alright, let's go on.
The ship's launching.
Vault Hunter, you gave the Outbounders hope. That was a mistake. Know this. You've killed them.
Rush! Saul is coming for the Outbounders. You all need to get out of there now!
What do you mean he's coming? What is Saul? I see it. We won't have enough time to get away.
You have to. That ship is loaded with Locust.
Don't come back here, okay? Please.
Yep, Borderlands 4.
Rush!
I'm assuming you're ignoring Rush's plea, but you'll have to hurry. The fast travel is down.
Doesn't matter what he says. There's no way I'm going to sit back and let Saul kill the Outbounders.
Vault Hunter! Vault Hunter! I don't know what to do! I don't even know if there's anything I can do! We can't fight this!
Don't worry, I'm already on my way. You're gonna make it through this.
Please, hurry!
Begins now! Follow me, please!
But there is no escape. Sooner or later, Gyros will claim your farm.
Yeah, it probably will.
That's all you got?
But you better believe it's gonna take yours first.
Shame. The Outbounders will be around to see you fail. I'm impressed.
let's get some ammo.
Don't bleed right, you know?
There we go. Ooh. Okay, so we got this. Okay. Almost at full capacity for ammo.
Nothing a paint job will fix, right?
Okay, we're almost 3 clicks out. hell? Where'd you climb out of? Don't matter, you're dead.
Sorry, you had a little schmutz there. Spotted un enemigo, Nilo.
Wow. I almost died right there.
Bury me with my stuff!
Plenty of iridium.
Ruining my appetite!
There we go. Okay, cool. Okay.
You're a mean one, aren't you? Ooh, that's all right. I'm mean too.
I think this is a good time for me to take a break right now. Yeah. We'll have to play that some more in the future. But, you know, I think we figured out a lot of the issues and everything. But thank you all for joining me. And make sure, if you haven't already, follow all of my socials. I'm on Blue Sky, Mastodon, got the Discord server as well, and of course we have the YouTube videos and TikTok and everything going on there. So I will definitely see you around next time. Stay safe, happy hacking, and I will be back Wednesday.